Okay, I'm live. Am I? I feel very alive. Um, Today is Friday. Yeah, I just made arrangements to have my Ethernet cable attached so it's not laying across the floor for me to trip over again. I've already managed to trip once. I don't wish to do that again. And it looks pretty tacky with it laying across the floor. So I just made arrangements with my neighbor to take care of that tomorrow. So I have to set the timer for it to make sure I'm up in time. So give me a second here. 10. And okay. I have to set an alarm. I won't wake up by myself. That's for sure. Okay. So I've been doing some thinking on my original story. So I'm getting kind of excited to get back into it, even though I haven't gotten very many of the beta reader things back yet. I'm kind of excited to get started, trying to figure out how I'm going to link everything together. And the 4 ideas I have, the first one, of course, is almost complete. And then this relinked to number 2, and try to bring number 3. And maybe the people on number 4 are already part of number 1, so they won't be an issue. I know where, the linking there. They'll have to add people to these to have more people in, characters, because I need people to murder, be murderers that aren't my main characters. I don't want my main characters being bad guys or being murdered, one or the other. Hi, Monique. How are you? Just getting started. I just had to grab my neighbor real quick, and I got an Ethernet cable to make this so you can actually see and hopefully hear me without all the freezing and robotic sounds. So far, it seems to be doing better, and it runs faster. So it's connected directly to my router, but it's lying across my floor. I've tripped already, so I have to get that fixed. But I've been thinking a lot about this. Getting back to writing, I'm doing little blog posts, little stories, but I want to get back to writing. So kind of, like ideas, what I need to do, how to link these stories together, who's going to be how I'm going to link them, and all that stuff that I'm not really sure of, since I've never written a series before. Of course, I've never written a novel before either. Yeah, I know. I tripped. Luckily, I was able to grab something before I fell. And I was like, God, I know it's there. How did you manage to trip over that? Then I managed to trip over nothing on the floor, on my own feet. So it's really easy to do. So today was a day of trying to clean up a little bit, and so I didn't get much writing done. I've been trying to straighten up all my planner stuff. I got a case to carry, but I've been thinking, like my brain's swirling. And I want to start writing again on the story. I've let it go. I've been procrastinating because I'm afraid to dive into it. I've got a few of my beta readers back. Nobody agrees. So it's an interesting thing to see what people say. Hi, Greg. How are you? I was almost late. I almost forgot. And then I realized what time it was. And my neighbor came home, and I had to go arrange for him to do this Ethernet cable so I'm not falling over it It's in the middle of my living room floor right now because my router's clear on the other side of the room. So he's going to run it over the door and around on the floor to my computer, which is a great idea. I was going to do it across the ceiling with that, and he was smarter. He said, come on down the side of the door and then come across the floor. Makes more sense. And won't be decorating my ceiling with wires, and a lot easier to do. Greg says, I was watching Charlie Dorse's stream, and he said, if you want to get some work done, here's a link to Tessa's stream. And I thought, he's right. So here I am. Oh, wow, that was nice. That is very, very nice. I'm surprised. He even remembered. But yeah, right now what he's doing, these mainline, me, whatever you want to call it, they are working on fan fiction more right now than anything else, and that's what everything's tuned to. So yeah, if you want to get regular work done and not be interrupted with a bunch of chat about fan fiction. But that was very nice of them to do. I think that's pretty cool. I didn't even get a chance to sign on because I've been actually, trying to clean up around here. The table behind me still looks pretty messy, but there is a lot less stuff on it, believe me. Hi, Charlie. I just heard what you did. Well, thank you. You're mainly chatting today. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for letting people know. That was nice of you. I didn't get a chance to stop by to say hi. I've been busy. And then I forgot. And I almost forgot my own. So I remembered the last moment. I think I signed in at 7 o'clock exactly. So thanks a lot. Yeah, we do a little bit of chatting in here sometimes. It gets a little carried away, depending on what's going on. But I try to keep it as productive as possible. Every now and then, somebody will have an issue about something, and I'll get to the talking rather than actually writing. But I'm feeling the real urge right now to really want to write and start working. I did finish the memoir on my blog, and it has a cover now and an about me page on there, as much as you can do on a blog post. But I created a cover in Canva and put it at the top, and then all the stuff that you would normally have in a book is there, and then the stories are in chapters are listed. Charlie says, when I'm being chatty, I like to know where people are working. My cousin died today, and I'm not a very worky headspace. I'm sorry to hear that. I lost a cousin I don't know, about a month or so ago. And it was a little rough. So I can understand. Yeah, so sorry for your loss. We just lost, my daughter lost her father-in-law. So my son-in-law's father passed a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm like, great, what's going on with this family? And he was still pretty young. I mean, he was in his early, he's in his mid-60s maybe. But he had cancer, and he died quick. There was not much time. They told him when he was at the hospital, you've got a couple days to live. So he said, I'm going home to die with my family. So I've been trying to leave my daughter alone, let them get over what's going on. That was a little rough. Yeah, most of the time I'm productive. We do have our moments. Sometimes Jen and I are here late, or La Monique and I are here late chatting. Now, lately I haven't been running as long as I usually do because I have to get up earlier. And it's hard going to bed and getting right back out of bed an hour or so later. So, like I said, I've been busy today. I've got quite a few things, as usual, that I've got working on. And the main thing was getting the neighbor to agree to come get this Ethernet cable and tuck it around so it's not across my floor so I can trip again. I've already tripped once on it. But it is doing much better from what I understand. Nobody's complaining anymore about my stream, so I'm figure it's doing its job. I know it runs faster. We can plant trees. I have no problem with planting trees. In the beginning, I used to advertise it, but most people weren't interested. Jen was the one that was always interested in the trees. Then she kind of got away from it in the last month or so. She's kind of slowed down and then stopped with the trees. So we haven't done trees in a while, but I don't mind doing trees. I run it every night when I go to bed. So I've got a bunch of trees to pick from now because I didn't have very many. But running it, at nighttime, you get every 3 hours you get 65 points. So they add up pretty fast. So yeah, we can plant trees. Did you want to do it or you want me to do it? Probably. I just bought a bunch of new ones. Let's see. Plant together. I haven't done this in a while. Remember what I'm doing. How do I get out of this? Oh, there's the X. Okay. So I'm like, where's the X? Okay. Create a room. That's top, right? Oh, create. All right. Now, type this code in here. Okay. Oh, I don't think we want to do 180 minutes. Okay. So there's the first code for if you want to plant trees. We'll get ready with the sprint here shortly. Need at least one person to sign in for the tree app to work. It won't work singly. Has to have at least one person. I know Laura was really excited about today's Charlie's fan fiction Friday live stream. She was pretty excited yesterday. She wanted to get her work done early so she could be there. So I know she was really looking forward to it. So far, it doesn't have anybody joining. So are you able to enter it, or is there a problem with it? Oh shoot! I don't even have time to get water. I'll get that done in a spurt. Once I dumped what I did have all over the table, I got my notice that, oh, I get my the second vaccine on the 22nd. Ugh. Yep, that's the date. But they're coming to us. That's the only good part. I don't have to go anywhere else. They come here. But I've been told it's pretty hard. Okay. Yeah, you're not in yet. So I'll wait to get in before. That's what I said, I had to put that Ethernet cable on, and I've been having much better luck since I've had a cable, but it's in the middle of my living room floor because my router is all the way over in the other side of the room. And the internet Wi-Fi is obviously crap. And I've been seeing it in more and more places, not just me. Hopefully I read that right. I have my glasses on. They're over here hidden somewhere. Weird. I have a lot less of that since I got the cable, but it doesn't totally stop it. Sometimes it still hangs up. But I don't know why. All right. Well, that'll be there. We'll just use it next time. Unless it times out, we'll just use it next time. All right. Let me share the screen. I didn't use it to hit the timer today. There we go. Timer. Sure. 30 minutes. And we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I forgot and hit the planning thing. I can't do that. It gave me an error. No kidding. Such an idiot sometimes. All right. I'll see you back in 30 minutes. Well, 29 now. All right. First spread down. I don't have any banners up or anything. Let's see what we got here. Brandon. Hi, Brandon. Nice to see you. Oh, I'm sorry you couldn't stay. Well, thanks for stopping by. If you're still here. I don't know when you were here. Probably gone already. And there's Melanie. Happy Friday, Melanie. Okay. We had a couple of people join. One didn't stay. I haven't seen Brandon in ages. Wish I didn't miss it. So I wrote another section in my story that's going to be part 2, the part 2 book. Like I said, a lot of things might have to be changed, but for now, I'm still writing it. Melanie says, I'll most likely get started on the errors in your draft over the weekend. It's been a busy week at work. If that's okay. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm getting ready to start. I'm getting anxious. I want to start. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I'm going to start working on it. Okay, so Monique says I only got in about 150 words. Had to do research and see hubby off to work. Okay, yeah, I've been doing a lot of research with this story. I'm trying to do a Catholic wedding, do it very inexpensively, plus the bride is not Catholic. So it's like learning a lot of stuff about the Catholic religion to make sure I don't make some really bad errors. But I know things are different between the Catholic and the Protestant churches. And so what we did with our wedding, having the reception in the church, Catholic Church doesn't allow that. So somebody said they may have like a rectory or something that's connected, a rec hall or something they may have connected. We had ours directly in the church. I mean, there wasn't a separate building. It was right in the church. It was just one building. And the Protestant churches allow that, but the Catholic Church does not. So I didn't look that up to make sure. Greg said, I only did about 50 words. I have a sore shoulder, which makes it hard to type. I think I will read in future sprints. I can understand that. I'm sorry you have a sore shoulder. I have carpal tunnel really bad, and sometimes when it's acting up, it is so painful. It's very difficult to type. And I haven't found the sprints. I have splints. I have so many of them. I have no idea where they ended up at. And you can't really type very well in them. You know, I used to work in data entry, and I had to wear the splints. And it's hard to do any amount of numbers of data, amounts of data in a splint on your wrist. So, Monique says, good for me. That sounds very interesting. The Catholic research, she means. It's been not only the Catholic research, but looking into receptions, because I don't know, I did not have a fancy reception. I've been to weddings with them. Trying to get ideas of pricing. This is a young couple with very little money. I'm trying to figure out, what to do. So I'm also researching receptions, ideas, amounts, what they could be expected to cost and that kind of stuff. So I've been doing a lot of wedding and church, different things. Does she have to be a Catholic to get married in the church? And, she doesn't have to convert to Catholicism. She doesn't want to, but if she does, it's going to take a year or more for them to go through the conversion before the wedding. She can get married without being converted. She just has to agree to follow, the husband's way, because he's the Catholic, and to raise the children Catholic. So there's been a lot of things I've been trying to find out, because I'm not a Catholic, so I don't really know. Melanie says, back when my husband and I got married in May 2014, we were checking out different venues around Columbus, Ohio. One venue quoted us around $12,000. That's so crazy. Considering what I've been finding online, that's not bad. Some of the amounts that I've been seeing are really, I saw one that said they run average between $14,000 and $28,000, depending on where you're looking. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? You can almost buy a house on your wedding. And there's a lot of fees that go to the church and stuff like that. I mean, but I wasn't Catholic, so because I was, hi Megan, just popping in to say hello and hit the like button. Well, thank you so much. Nice to see you. Sorry you can't stay. You're probably over there with Charlie. Charlie's already popped in here to say that it was a chatty sprint live stream. So if anybody wanted to be productive to come over here, I'm like, wow. Melanie said, I was raised Catholic, but I left the church in my early 20s. I was an altar server too, and I loved it. Yeah, I don't know much about the Catholic Church. I've only been in once or twice in my life. I once with my friend as a child, and I think we went to one wedding there. So I really don't know much about it, but I know it's a little bit stricter than Protestant churches. So I thought I better do some research. I know we have some subs here. So yeah, $12,000 from what I'm finding. It's even a lot worse than that. I have to figure this out because this is a young couple with not a lot of money. And they don't want to wait, 5 years to save up all this money. So just wait and see, I guess. Melanie said, one thing I can tell you about the Catholic Church is that if you attend the service and you are not a baptized Catholic, you cannot accept communion. Yes, I did read that. I did read that. They said something about going up for a blessing or something, but you have to put your arms across your chest to show that you cannot receive communion. Something like that. So I did see that. That's the problem. He's a fully raised Catholic, believes in the whole thing, wants to have a Catholic wedding. She's not. And she's willing to do this for him under whatever, constraints the church puts on them. And she's even willing to convert. But when I researched, it says that can take another year or two for the conversion that take place. So they would have to wait even longer. So I'm not sure where exactly it's going yet, which to me defeats the purpose of communion. But yeah. I've been to many churches and had communion, but well, when I was in the Catholic Church, the one time I was very young, so was just there with my friend, and we weren't getting communion. The wedding we went to, I really don't remember much about it. Shame, I can't remember much about it. Might help right now. Author Monique says, I got married in a mansion on a big college campus. It only cost me $150. But of course, that was in the 90s. I don't know if they would be feasible today. Melanie says, ooh, the Airbnb is a great idea. Very contemporary, too. I've seen that term numerous times. I have absolutely no idea what it is. Oh, wait a minute. I missed it. Jumped right. It jumped. Okay. Wait a minute. Go back up here. They can rent out a nice air. Or is that bed and breakfast? Bed and breakfast? B&B? Must be Airbnb. I heard the term many times. I don't know what it is. Melanie said, that's amazing, Monique. I bet the photos and you as the bride were stunning. Nice. Melanie says, oh, the Airbnb is a great idea. Very contemporary, too. Okay. Not really sure still what we're talking about here. Monique says, some people allow you to rent a field with an open barn. These can be beautiful. I imagine they don't cost much. And there's a ton of different ideas out there, but what they're saying, and a lot of it's probably true, is that by the time you rent all the things you need for that reception in whatever place you're going to have it, you can get it cheaper in, just getting an inclusive package and have it all taken care of. The other thing is, the new thing is the people who get married and have the reception in the same place. And Catholic Church does not allow that. So that's not feasible, but that's become more common. I've been to so many weddings lately where, hi Jocelyn, where you have the wedding and the reception in the same building. And it's a lot cheaper. They put the whole, thing on for so much per person. Been into a lot of that. Melanie says, oh, is that what the B&B stands for, bed and breakfast? That makes so much sense. I don't know. What does the air stand for? What does that have to do with bed and breakfast? Air? I'm confused. Oh, here we go. Jocelyn says, hey, everyone, I grew up Catholic, and you need to be baptized with little, and while you grow up, do your first communion and then confirmation. It's a couple steps to be able to marry in church. I never did. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of research on this, trying to figure out how to do it, to make it correct, not wrong. Jocelyn says the confirmation. But yeah, it's a process. That's what I've been reading. There's several steps. You have to go through each step. And it's all done by the church. Melanie said, my brother and sister-in-law rented a cabin in Hocking Hills, Ohio last summer. And my sister-in-law made all the decorations in their cake. Sometimes do it yourself is the way to go. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. And not only do we have the problem of the Catholic, they are true Catholics, so they have 12 children, and their family is true Catholic. So all the families are huge. So just their family alone is humongous. I'm running into that problem too. How do I do this? I'm trying to figure this out, and going with all my research to help lead me one way or the other. So I'm trying. Melanie says to Jocelyn, yes, absolutely correct. Monique says to Melanie, I was young and planning a wedding myself. I didn't set the pics up for the mansion. be affixed prior to the wedding at a park. I have heard of that being done. In fact, the bride was late to the reception because they got stopped by the police on the way to from the church to, or the park, the park to the reception. They were busy hanging out of the limousine, got pulled over. Typical. Millie says, this is old school Catholic. Oh, wait a minute. This thing's jumping a lot. Missing things. Melanie says, Airbnb is a type of rental home that's a big part of the tourist industry. People who have summer homes will rent them out to guests for a certain amount of time. Okay. Yes, Airbnb or homes that people rent out instead of people vacationing at hotels. Sometimes people live in the homes and rent out most of the house. Sometimes the owners don't live there. I think if they were there, it'd be a little awkward. Melanie says, oh, this couple is old school couple. Yeah. The family is, and that's the way the kid was raised, so that's the way he wants to raise his family. The girl had to choose whether it was acceptable to her because she's not Catholic. She's not really, doesn't really go to church much. And, she's not really super religious. So they've got, then there's the fact of the kids. They're arguing about the kids because he's old school Catholic, wants a big family, grew up in a big family. She was a single child and believes in birth control. He does not. Obviously, the family does not. They're huge. So they're fighting about that. Well, not super fighting, but it's come up as a problem. She goes, I only want 2 children. He's like, I want at least 12. And back and forth, they're going. So she's going to compromise on this and that. Seems like she's doing most of the compromising because he's, the Catholics are so strict. So and he says, yes, I've rented things since my wedding from the same type of stores, tables and chairs and such for parties. And there's no way near as expensive as getting an expensive venue. Melanie says, I was in the minority in my Catholic school as an only child. I can imagine. Because that was always the big thing. Now, my friend that was Catholic took me to church that time. They only had 4 kids, which isn't really much when you think about the typical Catholic family that, doesn't use birth control. Monique said, that's another one, Tessa. If there's a nice park with a nice gazebo, there's normally rent for less than $100. I was thinking about their backyard, but then I started reading and the problem with the parking, getting permits for the street, the people in the houses surrounding would be angry with all the people, and only a few people would be able to park close. People would have to park so far away. So it's like, it's not like they have a big yard and they can park all the cars in their yard. So that wasn't going to work. And I've seen some outside ones and done in gazebos, yeah. Monique is asking about the rentals. Melanie? Melanie says yes with the park. If this thing jumps again, I may miss something. Trying. It's jumping galore. Melanie says, and parks are a great place for pics anyhow because they're free public spaces. Yeah. I had my pictures done at the church. They had a nice little tiny wooden section that was, you couldn't tell that it wasn't a big wooden park. Like it wasn't a park or anything, but there was no gazebo. Talking about the park gazebo, right? Okay. Melanie said one boy in my class had 8 siblings. Hey, Jen. How you doing? We're talking weddings. Hi, B.A. Nice to see you. We're really talking weddings. I started something when I started talking about my second story. Melanie says, hey, Jen Mooney, your book arrived earlier this week and I started reading it. Can't wait to see what happens for Ainsley. Love that name. Yay, Jen. Another convert. She's got quite a few people now reading her book. Melanie says, hey to BA. Melanie says, hey to Jen. Jen says, thank you to Melanie. Jen says, hi to BA. I'm not going to read all this. Jen says, hi to Monique. And BA says, hello, everybody. There. Cut to the chase. Now, my family, my grandmother was Catholic. My grandfather was not Catholic. And obviously, he must not have been a member of any church because the Catholic Church refused to acknowledge their wedding. So they just got married. But a lot of the kids decided to raise their children Catholic, sort of. Now, my dad did not. We were not raised Catholic. But my aunt, 2 aunts and uncle all have huge families compared to our little 3. And I don't know how many of them kind of followed the Catholic. But it wasn't really, the kids weren't really raised that way because the father was not Catholic. I don't think since they didn't allow them in the church at all, he may not have been baptized in the church. Because I think it says you have to be married. The church, you can be married in the church if you're not Catholic, as long as you are a baptized member of the church. Which things change over the years, so things might have changed. But I do remember that. My grandmother was Catholic. My grandfather wasn't. Melanie says, a fun story. My adopted mother was raised Roman Catholic. My adopted father was Byzantine Catholic. He still had to go through some classes with the Roman Catholic Church before he and my mom could marry. Well, I don't know a lot about the different Catholics. I don't know a lot about Catholic. I'm not Catholic. Don't have a lot of exposure to it. But that's really something else. So there are distinctions even in the Catholic Church. You're adopted, Melanie. Well, yeah, I'm still trying to work this out. Do they want to postpone it for a while and continue saving? Parents have some money. They might chip in. Problem is the bride's family, who's supposed to pay for the wedding, is just her sickly mother who has no money. So it's non-traditional already because the bride's family has no money. Her mother's sick, lives on disability, has round-the-clock nursing. There is no money. The daughter has a small savings account, but she was used to spending her money on shoes and clothes. She's a girl, teenage girl. That was what she did. So, Melanie says to Jen, yep, she's adopted. Wow. Melanie said, I met? Question? Jen says, I think that's cool. Are you close to them? Melanie says, Byzantine Catholics are essentially Russian. It jumped again. Essentially Russian Orthodox. They still sing in Latin and use incense constantly throughout the service. Jen asks, have you met the bio parents? Melanie says to Jen, I actually just met my biological mother's family back in 2019 after doing a 23andMe DNA test. My mom sadly passed away 8 years ago. Haven't found my bio dad's side yet. Oh, wow. So sorry. Melanie says to Jen, but I've been super close with one of my second cousins out in Seattle who got me connected to my mom's sister down in Denver. I'm hoping to be able to make a trip out there this year. Jen thinks it's neat that you're in touch with them. Well, I mean, I hear of this happening all the time. I mean, I don't know anybody. I really don't know anybody close that's been adopted. Oh, well, I have so many cousins too, but it's not because of being adopted. We just have huge families, except for us. We're the oddballs with only 3 kids. Everybody else had huge families. We have so many cousins. My cousins. So, my cousins, I have a ton of. Then my cousins all had a ton of children. I mean, the family tree is humongous on my dad's side of the family. Not so much on my mom's side of the family. But even there, we were a small family because we were 3, and my aunt, her sister, had 6. But it was just the 2 of them. So between them, they only had 9 children. So that was a small part. Jen says I have one cousin that I'm not close to, but that's just how family is. My family is anyway. Mom Monique says, wow, that's amazing. What a 23andMe test can do. I'm doing an ancestry test to see what my lineage is. I was adopted too. I met my mother before she passed, but she had lost connection with her family. Melanie says, yeah, I met with my biological family. There's a ton of cousins all over the country. I have 3 cousins within my adopted family. So, yeah, the party was overwhelming. That part was overwhelming. Sorry. Melanie said, technically I have 6 cousins, but the 3 on my mom's side I'm not close to and haven't spoken to in 20-ish years. I have a ton of cousins. I do mean a ton. But we don't really talk to each other. We're not close. I just had a cousin pass away a month ago. And I had just seen him. Most of them I couldn't tell you who they were, but there's a few of them I have seen over the years between my mom and dad. And there's been a lot of deaths. But, my dad would tell me and I'd say, okay, but I'm sure I don't really remember who each of them are because there are so many of them. Melanie said, I'm so sorry, Tessa. Hugs. Thank you. And I was more upset over my daughter's father-in-law passing away just a couple weeks ago. That was worse. My cousin I haven't seen that much, but I'll tell you, having my daughter's father-in-law pass away, it was rough. Melanie says, did you get any connections with family from the ancestry tests? To Melanie. Jocelyn says, I was adopted when I was 3 months old. I saw my birth mom all my life. She passed November 2019. She was a homeless alcoholic, but I still helped her and loved her. I'm sorry for your loss, Jocelyn. And she's your birth mom. You should love her. And I'm glad you helped her. It's nice. And I'm glad you found someone to adopt you. So many people don't, and it's sad. Melanie says to Monique, yeah, that's how I met my second cousin Tara first, and while exchanging emails for a few months, where we were putting pieces of the puzzle together with what little info I info I had compared to what she had, and everything matched up perfectly. Hmm. Jen says, that's sweet, Jocelyn. It's very nice, Jocelyn. It really is. I love to hear it when it works out. There's so many that don't ever get to meet their birth parents at all. Melanie says to Jocelyn, oh, I am so sorry to hear of your mother's passing. That's wonderful you were able to connect and be there for her. Melanie says, wow, I've never been with so many adoptees in one place before. This is warming my heart. That's cool. Jen says, not sweet that she passed, but what you did for her. Melanie says, I'm so happy you found them. At Melanie, that gives me hope. I know my dad's entire side, but no one connected to my mom. I remember that from the book, yeah. Melanie says, wow, look how many adopted people are in here tonight. Who'd have thought? Sure surprised me. Wow. Melanie says to Monique, I think my favorite aspect is that even though I never met my mom, I was able to see pictures of her. We could have passed for sisters, and my aunt tells me all the time. That's neat. You just got to see something of your family. How I'm so much like her. Chen Mooney says, how old were all of you when the adopted parents told you? Jocelyn said, thanks everyone. I really tried my best. Thanks for your kind words. Jocelyn, it's great because most kids don't really care. You did a good thing. Monique, what a blessing to Melanie Doom. Melanie says, I honestly don't remember Jen Mooney only because I was fortunate and my parents told me when I was young and they didn't try to hide the truth. I know some kids go through that. Yes, I think it's more traumatic on the kids finding out at a later time that they're not related, that they were adopted. I think that as soon as they're able to handle it, that should be, and given the chance, if the birth parents want it, given the chance to meet the birth parents. There are some birth parents that refuse to have that connection. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. Melanie says to Monique, I am very blessed for sure. Monique says, I miss the person who said they loved their mom despite her addiction, but I can definitely relate. That would have been Jocelyn. Melanie says to Jen, plus I was a little over a month old when I was adopted. Oh, wow, so you were really little. That's well, it's easier that way. I mean, when they're older and they come to the families, that's when a lot of the problems start because they're so much older. Jocelyn said, yeah, I also connect with my sister since I was 12 years old, and we are like we grew up together. I am so grateful. Melanie says to Jocelyn, that's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. Monique says, my mom told me when I was in elementary, my bio mom showed up at the door to bring me some clothes and visit. And I was like, Mama, who was that? And she said, that's your mother. Okay. Jocelyn says, thanks to Melanie. Sometimes it does work out. Sometimes it doesn't. We've been hearing at least some pretty good stories in here tonight. There's been some real horrible. Melanie says to Monique, oh wow, that must have been a lot to take in. Jocelyn says, I guess mom used to come sometimes and I used to hide. I didn't understand. And I can imagine. I don't know what age would be a good age to understand something like that. Melanie said, I probably would have done the same thing, Jocelyn, only because I knew who my parents were, blood related or not. Author Monique, it was definitely not the typical adoption talk. Yeah, sounds like it. La Monique asks, Jocelyn, how old were you when you were adopted? Jen said, that's a total shock, La Monique. Wow. I think more people in here were adopted than were not adopted. Oh my goodness. Jocelyn says she was 3 months old. Gee, someone else said that too. Was that you, Melanie? 3 months old? Melanie says, I am so glad I decided to join in tonight. It's amazing to hear everyone's stories. Melanie says to Jen, like those movies or a good mystery, I always knew something was up. Melanie said I was a month and a half old. Oh, a month and a half. Wow. So a couple of you were babies, but Monique was older when she found out. No wonder you all are writers. Lots of life experience, Jen says. I can't imagine being told that. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be told that now, but I can't imagine finding out, especially being an adult and going your whole life thinking, that was your family, and then finding out that they weren't. Jen says, tiny babies. Melanie says to Jen, Minnie, right? I definitely want to write a memoir someday. Yeah, cool. Really. Jocelyn says, my mom knew my birth mom and heard that I was hospitalized and I had a reaction to some milk and stuff that my birth mom gave me while using drugs and stuff. Oh. That's one of those problems that happens from parents that are on drugs. They don't realize what they're doing to their kid. Monique, my first novel talks about my adoption. I wrote it as fiction, but it's based on me. Jen said, oh wow, Monique. Jocelyn said that she decided to give me up. Melanie says, gasp. Oh my gosh. Gasp. Oh my gosh, Jocelyn. Melanie says to Monique, wow. Monique says, we are all overcomers inside this group. Do you all know that? We are here for a purpose. I definitely know I'm here for a purpose. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I do know I'm here for a purpose. Still trying to figure that part out. Melanie said, I never looked at it that way, La Monique. I love that. Author La Monique said, I mixed that up with bio mom. I meant adopted mom was my babysitter. Jen Mooney says, agreed, La Monique. Jocelyn says, yeah, my older sister and brother were taken from her too, all at once by grandma. She was feeding my sister one day. She saw she was putting alcohol in the bottle. Then you imagine what happened. Oh boy. Oh man. Jen said, I think we could spend years doing that, Tessa. Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't just go light bulb moment. Melanie says to Jocelyn, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Wow. Yeah. Jocelyn said she took all 3 kids. We are all good people. I am so happy we all turned out so good. She's a very nice person. I can vouch for her because she's been here taking care of me a couple times, and she's very, very empathetic and compassionate, and she's going to be a very new mommy very soon here. Plus, she has one already. New mommy coming up in a few months. Jen says, I do think we're all meant to be writers. Jocelyn says, I know it's crazy. Melanie says to Jocelyn, it's obviously you care for people. That was demonstrated when you helped your mother. Melanie says to Jen, absolutely. Jen says, I have a friend that adopted 2 young siblings, and then their youngest sibling as a little baby. And it was nice. It's nice when they keep the siblings together. Monique says, yes. To Jen, I agree. Jocelyn says, thanks to Melanie. Well, we got off the track. Just got done telling Charlie that we were going to be productive. We ended up chatting and chatting and chatting and chatting. Melanie says, I'm so grateful we've all come together thanks to Tessa. Thank you, guys. Maybe that's my reason. I know I'm here to help people in some way, and I do the best that I can. And if it means we chat in my stream, then we chat in my stream. Not a big deal. When someone needs help. Jen says, I had a dear friend that was killed in a car accident with her daughter years ago. She was a great person. I was in an accident with a big rig like her years later and survived with some chronic pain. Melanie said, it was a great chat, though. I am ready for a sprint. I need to get some editing done. Yeah, I think probably a good idea. We've spent a lot of time. Jocelyn says, yes, Melanie. Thanks, Tessa. You're welcome, Jocelyn. Jen said, ever since then, I've wondered what my purpose was. Yeah, there's a reason. I tried to kill myself. I did not succeed. There was a reason. I was not supposed to go. It was not my time. Mom says, wow, Jen. Jumping again. Melanie says to Jen, I am so sorry for your loss and for what you've been going through. Someone needs your story. Jen said, chat? Never. Jocelyn says, all right, guys, I'm going to finish my chores. Well, thanks for stopping by, Jocelyn. Nice to see you as always. Take care. Melanie said, I didn't realize it's after 8:30 already. I'm losing my voice. Doesn't normally happen. Yeah, it is after 8:30 already. Wow. Melanie says to Jen Mooney, what's chatting? Jocelyn says, take care. Melanie says, is that a wink? I can't tell. Can't see it. Jocelyn says, Melanie, that found out is not just chatting, it's more than that. Jocelyn says, okay, I'll try to be back. Bye. Bye, Jocelyn. See you later. Have a good night. Jen said, I told the father of the baby that dies I want to write his story. We keep in touch. He lost a daughter in a house fire. Oh, wow. That's terrible. Melanie says to Jocelyn, absolutely, it's healing. Melanie says to Jen, oh, that poor man, so much tragedy. Jen said, he's the strongest person I know. Jocelyn says, yes, it is Melanie. And Jocelyn says, bye now. Bye, Jocelyn. I am losing my voice. I don't know what's going on there. Man. Crazy. Having trouble speaking. So we need to do another sprint. We set up a tree room, and Monique wasn't able to get in. I don't know if it's still okay or not. It's been sitting here. What was that code? I may have to type it back up. I'll type it again. See, you guys can try it again. Jen asked if we've done any sprints. Just the one. It's in the chat now. We've only had one sprint, and then somehow after doing all that talk about weddings, we started talking about adoption. I just got the notification about when I have to go for my second shot for the vaccine, and that's the 22nd. Oh, goody. Is that a tree code? What's showing on mine? I got my glasses on. As far as I know, that's the tree code. Somebody's in here. It's working. Somebody's in. Okay. Well, that's you. All right. Somebody's in here. So we can definitely do it now. Anybody else want to join? So Melanie was the connection before. Melanie says to Tessa, maybe your couple can adopt some children. 12 is a lot to have biologically. Yeah, well, he has 10 brothers and one sister. So there's 12 children in that family. And he wants to have a big family. She's not so happy about that idea. I don't know. Um, I don't know exactly where it's going yet. It's still going. I kind of follow the thing and try to keep up with it. Uh, yes, it's a forestry app code. Melanie says I'm not doing the forest app tonight just because I'll be playing music from my phone. No problem. Okay. All right. If we're ready to get going, I'll set a timer and we can get started because we've only done one so far and we've got 2.5. No, an hour and a half. An hour and a half in and only one sprint so far. All right. She got new wireless headphones she's trying out today. They're awesome. I got some wireless ones, but I haven't. They're connected. I haven't actually tried using them without the connection. I try every time I go on Charlie's stream though, I have to put headphones on because for some reason, I don't know what it is. There's background noise. So I have to put the headphones on and I have to put them on because I can't hear unless they're plugged in, I can't hear. Some of them you can just plug them in and set them beside you and that's enough. No, I gotta put them all the way on. Okay, so we're going to the timer for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, helps us hit the. I'm not used to being the one with the control. All right, I started. It's such a dingbat sometimes. Welcome, Anua and Noel. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. This is Tessa speaking to you. This is my live stream. I am happy to see you. And doesn't matter when you come. We just started a sprint. You're welcome to join in. And we can talk more when the sprint is done. But you did catch me live. So go ahead and jump in, and you got 25, well, 23 minutes left to write. So that's still a good bit of time. And I'll see you when the sprint is over. All right. Well, that time went so quick. And I was doing more research on trying to get an idea. Um, I was looking up the gazebo. Then I realized that's not going to work. He's getting married in a Catholic church. Get gazebo there. But I did find one that rents for, like, what was it, $250 for 2 hours, and you can only rent it between the hours of 10 and 12. Didn't say what day, just said 10 and 12. But that won't work because they're getting married in the Catholic church. My biggest problem is going to be reception. And then, of course, the things like flowers and the incidentals, the kind of things that, they're paying on the wedding. That's part of the story. So I kind of have to, like, follow this through to kind of, So it's like, how did everybody else do? I'm hanging up here on I have to continue my story that I'm writing that's going to be part 2 in my series. And I'm going crazy with this wedding and having it. I don't know. My characters are running this thing. I have no control over this story whatsoever. It's going crazy. They don't even know where it's going. It's like, one thing, part of it is because I'm writing using prompts, and, that does have a little bit of control over what I use for, the story. But it's like getting away from me. All right, let's start back up here. We welcome and Noel. Oh, something's blowing around. We welcome the Noel, okay. And then Melanie says, so I started draft 4 of Knights of the Wraithmaker last night. I'm currently reviewing my proofreading notes from the hard copy onto the electronic copy. I made it through chapter 3 and 4. Okay, that's good. I'm at chapter 2 and 3 in that last one. I'm going to work on chapter 4 or 5 in the next one. Doesn't matter. Okay. Jen welcomes the Noel. Hopefully, Noel's still here with us. La Monique says, I got 436 words. I keep going over the same scene. I can feel you there. Sometimes I've been running things through my head for the last couple of days. I really want to get back into writing. Besides what I'm doing with this piece is being written, it's going to have to be added somehow, and I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it yet. It needs a beginning. I started writing it in the middle, obviously, so I'm doing a lot of research and stuff, and it's driving me crazy. I'm planning a wedding. I might as well be getting married. I'm putting all this work into this. I don't know if I missed this one or hit it. Oh, Monique got 436 words. Oh, yeah. See, you're not the only one going over the same scene. I'm going over the same scene too. Melanie asked me, what genre is this story with the Catholic wedding in? Is it just a straight up romance? Initially, I was thinking young adult romance. And then my brain said, you don't really know much about romance or young adult romance, but you do like writing mysteries and thrillers. So Brainiac here decides to make it the next book following the one that you just read. So I have to now figure out how these characters are going to connect so the books will connect. I have to come up with a beginning, and I have to come up with the characters I've been overlooking because, I was just kind of like featuring on the two of them and an occasional family member kind of thing. So I went ahead and started thinking about that. And then I thought, well, then I have another one that I could convert. It's going to take some time and work, but I convert to make part 3. And then I can take what was going to be part 2 and make it part 4, because it fits better. I'm not ready to write that one yet. It's not coming. The others need a lot of work. So this isn't going to be a simple change. I'm going to have to work on part 1 to connect the 2 stories. I want it to be like those hometown mysteries, you know, small time mysteries. You know, everybody knows each other in the town, and this is a small town basically, and it'll fit. I mean, I already set it up basically on that premise of being a small town, like. So I want it to be a series on that. So this part I'm working on now would be 2. I have to figure out how to connect to 1, rewrite 1, because obviously I realize there's parts in 1 that need work. I understand that. I do have to work on that. So they need work. So I have that. Then there's a 3rd story, which will need a lot of work to convert that into book 3, and I will have to figure out how to get those characters also connected so that they don't just, you know, suddenly appear. I want it to be more connected. So I want it to be like those series that I love to read so much, you know, where they all know each other, they're all connected in the town, and you know, it's a small little town, and that kind of thing. So that's where I'm headed with that. I don't know why I went into Catholic wedding. I have no idea what's making my mind do what it's doing, but something's controlling me, and it's making me write when I'm writing. So yeah, I'm writing the second section of the book Melanie just read and La Monique just read. Jen, I'm not sure if you started it yet, but you have it. So that's where I am. And I'm not doing it as a romance. I'm doing it as a mystery, which means finding out who's going to be dead, who's going to kill them, how they're going to kill them, where they're going to kill them. All that fun stuff that's not coming to me yet. Like my first story was like a brain dump, and I didn't outline it. And this one's going to need an outline, and it's going to need some thought. And I need to figure out how to connect all these characters together so that they fit. So Jen got 664. Sorry, I popped off of that real quick. 664 words. That's good. La Monique said, good to Jen. Do you have an average per spring that you usually do? Maybe you understand what she's talking about. I'm not sure I do. Jen is going, so I'm not sure Jen understands exactly. Jen says, I aim for at least 500, but I prefer closer to 1,000. Oh, do you have an average per sprint that you usually do? Got it. She's usually pretty high. It's rare for her to be under 500 for sure. It's rare for her to be under 600. She's usually 700, 800, 900 in a 30-minute sprint. Okay. And let's see, La Monique, this wedding planning sounds super fun. Maybe if it was my real wedding, I feel a little bit more like it was fun. Right now, I'm aggravated. And I don't want to really actually call these places and ask for numbers either. I mean, there's such a thing as a limit to your research. If I can't get the answer off Google, I don't know. I guess I'm making it up. Melanie says those are great word counts for sure at La Monique and Jen. Nice work. La Monique says thanks to Melanie. Melanie says, oh, yay, it is part of the same series. I'm excited now. Yes, it is. So right now, if you read it, you would say, oh, she's writing a young adult romance story. That's the part I'm at now, because that's where I started when it's written off of prompts on uh, my website. I'm writing on my website. It's all written off of prompts. It's a daily prompt. This woman puts out 3 words a day. And then on Fridays, you get all 21 words for the week. So you're putting out 8 stories a day. And normally everybody writes different things. I'm writing mine as a series because it just happened that way and it fits. And it's been working perfectly. However, I am now doing a Catholic wedding. Certainly wasn't in my plans when I started the story. And it wasn't going to be a murder either. I have to still think where I want to go with that. So yes, it's part of the same story, same series. Lamani says, I type fast with a lot of typos. I don't notice them until after. Average per sprint, etc. You keep writing spring, and I guess I'm going to know now that spring means sprint. Jen says, that's what I do, Lamanique. I deal with them in the editing process. So Lamanique says, this is book 2 from the code book. Yes, it will be book 2. I've already got an idea how to connect the stories. It's going to mean, a little rewrite in book 1 to get, a connection between them. And then I got to pull up the 3rd story, if I can figure out where it is, look at it and see what needs to be done and start converting that to be book 3 and get those characters connected. And then book 4, I started, but it wasn't going real well. And it's characters from book 1. Part of some of the characters from book 1. So, obviously, my main characters are going to be featured somehow, some way, in all of them, because I want to have that small town mystery, mystery, romance, whatever, a little bit of romance thrown in here and there, whatever, but mainly mystery. So, yeah, so this is going to be book 2. It will be, I have plans for 3 and 4. A lot of work ahead of me, still. Still have a lot of work ahead of me. All right, let's see. Oh, Miss Tamama. Tamama, hello. How are you doing? And Newell says hello to Melanie. Okay. Oh, geez. Oh, I skipped something here. Well, it really jumped on me. Well, Monique says to me, when you release these books, we're all jumping on them, right? Oh, it's not going to be anytime soon, that's for sure. Oh, my goodness. I got a lot of things in my head right now going around and around and around. Okay, so Noel says hi to Melanie. Tamama arrived. Hello, Tamama. Jen said, what? Heard my name. She says hello to Tamama. Monique says sprint. Okay. I get the hint. We're talking again. The Noel writes books. Says to me, my name is, the E's are silent. Just say these letters. No or no? E's are silent. No or no? No. Okay. I would say no. I'm really bad with names. I'm sorry. I'll try. I will try to do it better. No. If it's not no, just tell me I'm wrong. Then I'll try no. Lamanique says, I like that kind of stuff, wedding planning. I didn't like it when I was doing it for my own wedding, and this isn't even my own wedding. So I get to spend all the money I want, right? It's not mine. I can plan to my heart's content. With my wedding, I had $500. My parents says, here, this is all we have, and this includes your sister's dress as the maid of honor. Go to it. So I didn't have a very big wedding, didn't have a fancy wedding dress. My reception was held in the church, and it was cake and ice cream. Yeah, that was my wedding. Beautiful. Nice white dress that came from the local shop. It's just a long dress. That was it. The bridesmaids, we found 3 on the clearance rack for $12 a piece. So my sister's dress only cost me $12. The wedding reception, the invitations, I think were like $35 at the time. I was just looking at pricing now, $400 to $650 for wedding invitations. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You can print them on your printer. Melanie says to Mama, hello there, long time no see. Mama says, hey, Melanie. Melanie says, I just used these last few minutes to chat and get another soda, a fresh glass of ice water, and use the restroom. I also tried to get my husband to take a break from this game. Melanie says, but that was a failed attempt. I'm hurrying. Melanie said, I was laughing out loud last night while typing up my proofreading notes because I came across one of my best typos ever. The flush in my cheese. Instead of the flush in my cheeks. I can't. Oh, gosh. Flush in my cheeks. That's funny. Monique is laughing. Melanie says, shall we jump into another sprint while we're all kind of focused? Tamama says she's freezing. Uh-oh. And then, oh, I already saw this part. What did I do? Jump again? That's different. Just say these 3 letters. N-U-L. Oh, N-U-L? Maybe I got it this time. N-U-L. Okay, I'm trying to pronounce it as a word. But that makes more sense. N-U-L. Okay. All right, Melanie understands what you're saying. Okay. We're close. Okay, we're getting better. We're trying. So, N-U-L writes books. So with the E's being silent, it's like saying N-U-L. Yes. Melanie, correct. N-U-Y-O-U-L. The 3 letters are said separately. Yes, that's super close. N-U-L. Okay, great. Perfect. Tessa, I'm right. All right. Okay, I think we got it now. Let's hope. I don't like saying people's names wrong. Mine is always being said wrong. So I really, not this name, my real name. This is my pen name. La Monique says, I'm thinking it rhymes with manual. I think we've got it. And that N-U-L writes. Okay, we got it. All right. Let's sprint. Do we need a tree? Or just sprint? N-U-L says, La Monique, my grandma made it up for me manual. N-U-L. N-U-L. Okay. Cool. N-U-L. Very good. Neat. I like it. Okay. Melanie says, thanks for being patient with us to NUL. And also for subscribing to my channel. Your comment was so sweet. Well, that was very nice of you. That's very nice. We're a nice group of people. Then we take care of each other. We support each other. Mom Monique says, oh, cool. To NUL books, that's one of Jesus's names. Melanie says, okay, headphones are on my head. I'm ready. All right. Nobody said anything about the tree. Great. We're skipping the tree. We're going to go right to the 30-minute timer. I'm going to reset it. I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. And yep, Tamama says, I think we're pretty chill. And NUL says to La Monique, yes, correct. Yeah, I think we're skipping. I just skipped the tree. I said the hell with it. Because nobody answered me, and it's a pain in the butt anyhow. So I'm fine with skipping the tree. All right, let's get to work. Quit fooling around. I'll be back. 29 minutes. All right, everyone. That was a quick 30 minutes, and I'm diving more and more into this wedding. It's driving me crazy. I might as well be planning my own wedding. I never expected to be planning another one. Oh my gosh, there's so much to think of. Trying to get estimates as much as I can through Google. So that's what I did. Just did a lot of Googling. So how'd you guys do? So Mama thinks we're pretty chill. And Noel says to Lamani, yes, correct. Melanie skipping the tree, we all did. Melanie says, happy writing, everyone. Melanie says, woohoo, I got through chapter 4 and 5. I'm on page 52 out of 151 pages. Oh, that's a lot. Melanie said, I also had an amazing stretch. Cool. Jen said, I got nothing done. I'm eating. I ate something too. Junk, but I ate something. Doctor yelled at me the other day about all the junk. Like, you're all driving me crazy. You all eat different things. And this one says I can't eat what this one says I have to eat. And I said, you're all driving me nuts. Driving me nuts. Melanie says in a hurried voice, what are the wedding colors? Are there table runners? What kind of dresses do the bridesmaids have? Black or white tuxes? Ties or no ties? Actually, my tux in my wedding, the tuxes were, if I'm not mistaken, beige, because the dresses were blue and beige. So they had, I'm pretty sure, beige tuxes, and my now ex-husband was in a white tuxedo. Yeah, there is just so many things, and well, it's been a long time since I planned a wedding. I didn't really have to do much when my daughter got married because I had no money. I was divorced, could barely make a rent, didn't half the time. Someone helped me. And so, I gave her some money toward the dress, but that was all I could contribute. The groom's family paid for, and the bride and groom paid for most of the wedding. My ex-husband contributed a little bit. Big deal. He's the one with the money. I'm not. I got nothing out of that whole deal. Writing down a few things here. Be able to read any of this is going to be amazing. And you can't go by my wedding. That's for golden. All right. And we'll have 582 words, and that's written some research. That's good. That's really good. It's a good number of words and research as well. I know about the research. I'm over here scribbling like crazy. I'm going to use this whole pen up on this. This is already starting to have trouble writing. Oh, man. Annual. I did that wrong, I think. Annual. Oh, my gosh. Melanie says to Jen, woo, I'm about to make some macaroni and cheese. I think I had an early dinner at 4:30 before I napped. Mama says she's starting to read through my Google Doc. Okay, cool. If you were you here when we were discussing parts 2, 3, and 4? Melanie says, "Oh, to Mama, right? Let me know if you want to smack the main dude, because I did. Hey, everybody has said that same thing. You want to smack him? Definitely." Jen says, "I haven't eaten all day. I'm grumpy. I'm grumpy because I had to get out of bed." Melanie said, "Oh, blue and beige sounds so pretty. Was it a summer wedding?" Yes, July 10th. It was definitely hot. There was no air conditioning in the church. There were no pews in the church. I was really upset about the whole thing, but that was where my pastor was, and I wanted him to marry us. So I had to go with what was available to me, and that was metal chairs in a hot church. Yay. See where it led me? Down the divorce aisle, sooner or later. But yes, the dresses were mainly blue. They had, if I remember correctly, and I'll tell you, it was a while ago. I've been divorced 21 years. I was married 23 years. So it's been like almost 45 years ago. They were blue, and they had like a beige front. Ow, cramp. Oh, whoa. And a beige front. But they were mainly blue, and they had like beige cuffs, long sleeves, and they had beige on the bottom. I don't know if the beige was down around the bottom of the dress or not. It had a ruffle around the bottom of the dress. And I'm pretty sure the tuxes were beige. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they were blue. I could be wrong. I really don't remember. I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, it's been a long time. And I don't have the wedding album, so I can't even go look it up. My daughter's got the wedding album. So, but they had long sleeves on. My dress wasn't long sleeves. Thank God. I hate long sleeves. But they had that, what they call ruching or whatever, across the front, all gathered to get, those little gathers across the front. And it was amazing because it matched my dress, the style of my dress. And there were exactly 3 dresses and the right size to fit all 3 girls. And they were $12 on the clearance rack. I couldn't have asked for anything more, considering I had $500 to do a wedding with. Small. Melanie says to Jen, "Are you grumpy or hangry?" There's a difference. I love that one. Hangry. Perfect. Hangry. Melanie says, "I just came back. I had to complete my thoughts in writing. 672 this sprint. Very productive. Good job. Good job." Melanie says, "See, we can be productive." Melanie says, "Uh-oh. What kind of flowers will the bride have? Is there a flower girl? What about a dog to be the ring bearer? Will there be doves? How many guests altogether? What kind of food? No dog. No ducks." Amount of guests, that's I'm struggling with because they're a large Catholic family. She doesn't have much. She doesn't even have a father. Or her father's side of the family. I mean, they're just out of the picture. So it's her and her mother and like an aunt on her side and a couple friends. On his side, he's got 11 brothers and a sister, though the 2 newborn babies probably. And since the kids are a lot of they're spread out. There are a lot of younger ones there probably won't be there either. So, but then, they each have siblings. So, of course, the siblings going to want to be invited. I don't know how many guests we're going to have yet. feel like I'm planning a friggin' wedding. Melanie says, okay, I'm done. Are you sure? Although I got most of that stuff down here. I'm Googling like crazy. I'm going nuts. Well, Monique says, yes, good amount of words, especially since you did research as well, too. All right, here we go. I'm going to do this wrong again. NUL. NUL. Take it slow, and maybe I'll get it right. NUL. Melanie says, I'm grumpy because I had to get out of bed. Truth? Oh, God. I did not want to get out of bed. Melanie says, oh, July 10th is one of my longtime friends' birthdays. You know the funny thing about this whole thing? I got married and moved out of my dad's house on July 10th. I got divorced and moved back into my dad's house on July 10th. So I don't know exactly what that tells me about July 10th. I was emancipated from my dad for a husband and then emancipated from the husband back to my dad. Both on the same day. I moved out and then back in. Same day. Crazy. Jen says, yep, Melanie. Jen says that was my first wedding, Tessa. Hot church in June. Yeah, hot church in June. That was hot church in July. And I mean hot. We were all miserable as hell. Oh, God. Liliana Rhodes says, hi, I don't want to interrupt, but it's my first time here, and Jen Mooney said I should say hi. Well, hi, Liliana. That was nice of Jen. And welcome. We're a friendly bunch. Very friendly bunch. And we like new people. And we do a lot of talking. And we do a lot of writing. And we're talking weddings right now. Because I'm planning one for my characters. But anyhow, welcome, Liliana. And thank you, Jen, for recruiting a new person. Melanie says hello to Liliana. Welcome. Jen says, finally. Liliana, thanks, Melanie. Melanie says, are you sure? You know me too well, Tessa. Oh, gosh. Liliana says, I know. Melanie says, oh my goodness, that's definitely unusual. Ah, now I'm lost. What are we talking about that's unusual? Oh my gosh. Oh, you didn't live in sin, Jen says. No, I did not live in sin. I lived in my parents' house until I got married, and then I moved out. We're not discussing the rest of it. But I did not live in sin. I have lived in sin after the divorce because I lived with someone I did not marry. But considering the fact that he was actually, he called himself bisexual, but he really preferred men. So there was, I don't know if you call that living in sin, even though we lived together. There was nothing going on between us at all. Because he really wasn't, he called himself bi, but we weren't together. Oops, what happened here? Jen, Melanie says to Jen, that's some good peer pressuring skills you got there. Liliana says, thanks for the friendly welcome. You're welcome. BA! Wonder what happened to you. Hey, you all. Jen says, hey to BA. He was here for a short period. Welcome back, Melanie Jones says. Jen says, it's happening in here tonight. Melanie says, nah, if you're just roommates, that's not living in sin. Yep, that's all we were. We lived as a family, because my son was there too. And we lived like a family would and did things together. We just did not share a room. Or a bed. Now, I can't say I never slept with them because, I mean, sleep. We actually slept, like, you know, closed our eyes and went to sleep. Snore, snore, snore. He fell asleep. We were watching TV and he fell asleep in my bed. But that was it. I mean, there was no sleeping together of any other kind. So, Tamama says hello to BA. Melanie says it is. Oh, okay, gotcha. Liliana Rhodes says, Jen knows I'm trying to get back into the writing habit. Well, then you come to the right place. We're very understanding. We're very supportive in all aspects. If you need help with writing, if you need help with your life, if you have to plan a wedding for your characters, a great group of people. Very understanding, very helpful, supportive. Yes, we're a great group. I'm tooting my own horn. But that's great. You should start writing again if you like to write. It's enjoyable most of the time. Right now, I'm doing research. That's not so much fun. Melanie says, hey, BA's back. Should we sprint? Yeah, give me a second here. Melanie says to Liliana, excellent. Join us. One of us. Yes. Join us. Jen said, this is a great way, to Liliana. BA says, I may or may not have taken a nap. Okay. I think I know where that's going, and I'll leave it alone. But I will take that under advisement because I wondered why you suddenly disappeared. Melanie says, BA, naps are amazing. I took 2 today, only because I had a migraine. Oh, God, migraines. Oh, Jen said, nothing like a good nap. I took one, too, after sleeping in. I kind of did the same thing. I got up long enough to... What did I do? I had to get up for something. Oh, a doctor appointment. A phone call. So I got up long enough, crawl out of bed, got the phone call, and went back to bed. So, yeah. I know what it's like. Melanie said, I remember when I learned the non-dictionary version of sleeping together when I was a teenager. Yeah, laugh out loud. I was in shock. I was shook. I'm sorry. I was shook. Yeah, well, we slept together. But the dictionary version, slept. I mean, literally slept, snored, and all that stuff. I'm like, wake up and like, what the heck are you still doing here? Watching TV and he fall asleep. Melanie says, toot your own horn, Tessa. Like I said earlier, you brought us all together. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Didn't do too bad for getting my little group together. I'm very happy with my little group. BA says, I normally don't nap, but the eyelids just would not stay open. It happens to the best of us. Jen said, you did work today, BA. She's got a point probably there. Oops. BA said, now I'm about to turn the fan on and get to work on my new short story, even though I should probably be editing my video for tomorrow. Don't you hate it when you got more than one project to do? You can't figure out which one you want to do? I've got my fan on. It's still hotter and blue blazes up here. I'm not too happy about the heat. Oh, gosh. But I can't do much about it. All right. So Melanie said, that's awesome to BA. And now we are going to set the timer for 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Back to work. Alrighty. Well, that time went fast. Almost got another story for this story that I'm writing, the long one. Almost got another piece done. 21 words. Got one word left to use. It's 21 words. I don't know. They don't have anything to do with each other. So, yeah. That's what I worked on. I didn't do any more. I just did a little research. The only research I did was on stopping a heart attack. Um, I thought I had heard that you could give somebody an aspirin or nitroglycerin if they happen to have it. So there was a crash, and the doctor happened to be a neighbor, happened to be a doctor, gave me an aspirin, and then asked him if he was on nitroglycerin, and he did. So they found his bottle and gave him. So I have one word left that I have to put in the story, and then it'll be complete. So where are we at? I gotta figure out what you guys did this time. I think this is where we were at. Melanie said I should continue doing more prepping for an editor Q&A I have scheduled tomorrow morning. It's a live thing, and I'm like, can I wing it? Mia said to Jen, that is true. I usually get up and change into my work clothes, quote, quote. Does not do that today since it was Flex Friday. I guess that's what brought the nap on. Melanie said, all right, my friends, I'm actually going to wrap up early to have my snack and then take a bath to rest up before my interview tomorrow morning. I'll be posting a link to the YouTube channel on my Instagram. Okie dokie. I'm glad to see you. Have a nice night. Melanie said, write with Melanie, write _ Melanie is my username for those who don't follow me yet. Have a great night and stay safe. Okay. BA says good night to Melanie. Jen says good night, Melanie, if you're still here. Jen said that was so bad. 383. Wow, girl. That is, for you, that is bad. What did you do? Jocelyn says, good night, guys. I'm beat. I hope to talk to you soon. I tried to be here earlier, but couldn't. It's okay, Jocelyn. Just come when you have time. You're always welcome. And you don't have to stay the whole time. I know you're busy. So, yeah. Little ones take a lot of work. I understand that. And you don't need to be here all the time. Don't worry about it. You can come when you want to. No, Monique says she did 539. BA said 212 words and finished the first scene and the prologue to the short story series. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got a notification today, BA, saying that your new post was up. So, yeah, I'm definitely linked to your blog, and I got to see your newest Funko Pop you put up. Okay. Although my niece has talked to you again to Jocelyn. Good night. Liliana said she did 234. Good job. First time back into writing. That's good. Author La Monique says I'm going to be taking a break. I'll check back later to see if you're still on. All right. Talk to you later. Thanks for coming if I don't see you. Jen said that's a good start, Liliana. It is. Jen said, my best friend is texting me about taxes. I hate them. I think most people do hate taxes. I still hate this time of year, and I don't file taxes anymore. But when I start getting that dumb pension, I'll probably have to start filing taxes again. Maybe not a major tax thing, but it's still probably going to have to I mean, I'm not going to make anywhere near the monetary limit, but I think because of the form they'll probably send me, I'll probably have to file anyhow. Not that I know anything about it, so. Oops. Well, Diana says, Jen, be honest. We were chatting. Ah ha ha. Okay, Jen. BA says, good night to Jocelyn. Jen says, well, that too. Jen says, I am resting. I'm glad to have 3 more days off. Jocelyn says, good night. Take care. Tamama says, they dozed off a little. And BA says, yay, glad it worked. Yeah, so sent me a nice little notification that you had posted a new. I don't know what it said, whether it said blog post or what, but it said you posted something and gave me a link to take me over to it. So, and I clicked the like button on it. I didn't leave a comment this time. I just clicked the like button. The little, I think it's a heart at the bottom. So, I did that. So it definitely worked. I wasn't sure if I was hooked to your blog or not because I didn't really see. But I did have to log in order to make that comment. And so now it has me as logged in using my Google login. So, and then BA says, hello to Mama. Well, like I said, wrote 20 of the 20 words into a story so far. Not all of this will probably end up making the cut when the time comes to write the actual book part of it. For now, it's working to keep the prompt going. I haven't quit. It's like 33 or 34 parts now. So I'm busy. I'm really busy with that story. And I still have to copy all of those parts over into a Word document before I can even start working on it. This is just the story I'm doing for the block, for the prompt. And I got one more word I have to fit in there. I think it's just the one. Pretty sure I crossed all the rest of them all. Shouldn't be that difficult to fit that word in. So I did actually write this time. It wasn't all research. Oh man, I know so much about weddings right now. It's like, oh my God. I still have to fit that into the story somehow. I want foods, but I don't know. I don't have anything that I want to eat, if you know what I mean. I have junk food, but I'm not really even in the mood for that, which is unusual for me. Excuse me. I'm yawning. So, I mean, I did a lot of work today cleaning up my table and organizing all my stuff for my planner. I got to get that set up, though, so I can do the plan with me before Sunday. Last time, by the time I got it done, I think it was Monday before it got up with the editing and everything. And tomorrow's Saturday. I mean, I might be able to work when my neighbor's busy hanging that stuff on the wall, because I don't think it'll affect my working. I'll be plugged in to the computer, and he'll be busy working, and I don't think might need me. I don't know if he'll need me or not. Maybe you're going over the top of the door where he has to get up higher. He might need me to hand him some little hooks or something, but the Ethernet cable came with a bunch of cord wires, to hold it up. Because I figure you're probably going to have to, run it around somewhere, which is why I had to get such a long one, because I knew I was going to have to run it. And it's probably at least 20 to 25 feet across anyhow, without the extra running. I'd rather have extra wire than not enough wire, and then all of a sudden it being too short. And, it was either super short or 50 feet, and so I ended up with the 50-foot one. And the way I was thinking it would take a lot more, but he's going to run it on the floor, so that's going to take up a lot of space than I was originally. So I have a lot of naming of characters to do, because I never named any of these other characters. This kid has all these brothers and all, and I haven't named them because they haven't been part of the story. They have to start becoming part of the story, and they have to start getting named. Another naming session. Oh, joy. Oh, I love making names up. I currently have names for them. I may change them, but at the moment some of them are named. We'll see. So we have a few people left. Do we want to do another sprint? If it was earlier, I'd think about ordering something. I don't know what. I'm only one person. Like BA was having a problem getting stuff delivered when you're only one. I mean, they delivered that night, but that wasn't the best food in the world. It used to be a great place, but it's not anymore. I just don't feel like eating what I have here at the house. But I want something to eat. So are we going to sprint? Or are we all dozing off? Interesting, Jen. Interesting. I need to make up for my bed. Whatever that is. Okay, record. I think we lost Annuel. You still hear Annuel? You haven't said anything. Or did I miss it? Oh. All right. I take that as a yes. So I'm going to set the timer. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. We are going. Okay, good. BA's up for another sprint too. Good. We'll see what happens this time. Bye for now. Stupid thing. Usually, it shuts off after a few seconds. This time, it did not. So, how did we do? I finished my story. I forgot a word, so I had to go back in and add a word to my story. And I did my part of my nighttime medicine, and I'm eating again. How the rest of you do? That's more like it. 881. Great job. Good job. Oop, hit the wrong one. Liliana, 521, and finished the chapter. Wow, Jen, that's great. Good job, both of you. The fan is blowing everything around over here. "109 words. I did some research for the creature that I have created. I wonder what he created." Yeah, somebody else is asking too. What kind of creature? This new series sounds fun. I was on this blog reading it. This new series sounds really fun. He laughs maniacally. Giant pineapple. Yeah, there we go. A giant pineapple. Or a planner or a pen. I need the peas. Or maybe all three of them. Hmm. The tooth starting to hurt again. Man, they're getting closer and closer. I'm going to have to go to the dentist soon. Can't keep doing this. BA says, I'm still working on the description. But the inspiration for the short story is from Stranger Things. I know nothing about Stranger Things, so that doesn't help me at all. A giant man eating pineapple eats everything in the way, especially pens. Very good. It's a good idea, Jen. I was working on planner stuff today. I switched my planner to new rings, took out all the old rings and put them in the remnants of the old planner because I didn't use all of it. I created my own planner, so I took parts of the other one out. And in order to keep the stuff safe, I put them on the rings of the planner. Because my planner was mixed color discs. I think they call them discs. I don't know if you can see them now with that darn thing in the way. My other one was all multicolored. So this one is all pink now. It's all pink. So I had to switch all the pages and then put the other pages on the other links or discs or whatever the heck the things are called. And then I got a carrying case to put all that stuff in. But all the books of stickers are still out. They're not in there. Because I got too many other things. So the book of stickers is still out. So I still have a bunch of sticker books. Maybe 6 or more, because I think I ordered some more that haven't come in yet. Oh, good grief. I need to start writing horror. Not, Jen says. BA says, I would do a pineapple, but I'm sure Jim Bob would go out of business since he depends on those pineapple sales. Oh, good grief. BA says, well, that's nice to me. Changing those rings is a big job. It sure as heck was a big job. First they did one, and then I had to do the other one. I was like, oh my God, is this ever going to end? They totally switched to new rings, and then I had to put all the old stuff on the other rings. So I figured I was going to be there forever. And then I put as much as possible, including a bunch of pens and colored pencils, in the storage bag I got. And it holds the old planner. It's holding the old planner, which is full of extra pages, all those stuff, all the extra pages and all that I don't need right this moment. They're in that bag too. But it doesn't hold, without really jamming it, doesn't hold all those sticker books. My tooth hurts. Oh man. Like I said, it's getting closer together. I'm going to end up having to go to the dentist and get this tooth pulled, and that's going to be a horror. Talk about horror. Liliana says I need to get to bed, so I'm saying good night. Thanks for the sprints. It was nice meeting all of you. Well, thanks for coming, Liliana, and you're welcome anytime. I stream 5 nights a week, except Monday and Wednesday, every other night. During the week, it's usually 7 Tuesday and Thursday Eastern Standard Time, and the weekends 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Saturday and Sunday. So you're welcome back anytime, and you're very welcome. Night. This is my case full of planner stuff that I've got actually in here, and this is jam. There's a little room. I don't know, maybe able to put a couple of sticker books in there, but not much. But it's not all over my table right now. And it cleared part of my shelf. I think I set my timer. I mean, my alarm. 10 a.m. Because I have to be up by 11 a.m. You got two. Oops, I'm on the Happy Planner list shop. That's good. Just what I needed, right? Excuse me. Don't forget, add as a contact on your phone to be the first to receive exclusive deals and updates. What I need, more Happy Planner stuff. All right. Stop fooling around. BA says, I hope to have the prologue out by this time next week, but I make no promises. The creature description will be in it. Gonna make us wait. He does that. He's famous for that. Makes a lot of suspense. He says goodnight to Liliana. So, shop new arrivals. I'm on the Happy Planner list, so I can shop new arrivals. Aren't I lucky? Art was done by I planned the art. It was not a mistake. I meant to say, aren't I lucky? And don't forget to add us as a contact on your phone to be the first to receive exclusive deals and updates. Well, how special is that? I had to click a link and it's all there. Interesting. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, so I'm thinking this short story series will be in 14 parts plus the prologue. I know to keep you busy for a little while. I don't know how easy it is to upload to Wix, but uploading my story to WordPress can be a little time consuming. And that story has like 60 chapters. It may have more when I'm finished with it, or it may have less. I have some things I need to cut out. I have some things I need to rewrite. I have some things I need to add. The stencil makes lines on my planner and it'll snap into the planner, so I don't have to worry about losing it. And I can just add little lines, check boxes. It says circles too. How do they figure circles? Beyond me. Here I am shopping again. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. He says it's very easy. Just copy and paste, publish, then or set a date and time for it to be published. Well, I get the copy paste, but then I have to link everything to one page. So it's all one thing. Now it'd be different if I was just going to do a bunch of separate chapters, then I could just copy paste and publish it. But since I want it set up like a book, I had to do a lot of linking, which meant a lot of copy pasting in originally to make each page up, and then link each page to the main page that becomes the actual book. And so I have a table of contents. Each chapter is, a clickable link to that particular chapter. Now, if I was just writing separate pieces for the heck of it, but I wanted it to be a book form and be like a book. So that's why it takes a lot more than just copying and pasting. Add a link and all that crap to be done. But I made it. I made a cover for it. It's got a cover. I think it's all done now. There may be a few mistakes I missed. Heaven only knows. Oh, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. If you want to make it a complete like a story, like a book, not just a bunch of loose links laying around. I wanted it to be, you click on it, it opens up, it looks like a book, has chapters. That's what I'm doing on my blog, and it does take time. You haven't figured that out on Wix yet. Yeah. So that's what I was referring to. Not just posting, you know, a link to a short story. I wanted it to be all together. That takes time. And I want to read it, the one that's on my blog, out loud. Not to decide whether I want to do it as a video, do it as a live stream. I would have to probably just read the whole thing in small chunks so people don't have to get overloaded. Obviously, I don't want to. I doubt it would be an hour to read it. I don't think it would take that long. Might not be as. It's hard to guess when when you're looking at the written word and guess how long it would take to read it. I really don't know. I'm thinking about doing it, reading it on my blog. On my YouTube, either as a video or as a live stream reading. If I do it live stream, I don't need a lot of editing. But it probably looks better as a video that's edited. Kind of quiet right now. Does anybody want to stream or anything? Or did everybody just fall asleep? Oh man, I have to change my insulin pump. Oh, soon. I wonder how long I got. Wait a minute. I have 15. Might be very soon. I may not even get to bed before I have to change my insulin. Shoot. Sprinte. She wants to sprinte. French. Something like that. I knew you meant sprint. I think it's kind of neat. Sprinte. It's funny. I hate when I keep typing the wrong same thing over and over. I couldn't do a live read. My dyslexia would be showcased at its finest. I have issues sometimes reading out loud, but I started reading them out loud in my writing group. And, occasionally I would stumble. But for the most part, they told me they really liked listening to it. They said it put more feeling behind the words than just reading it on the paper. Because they also had the paper to read it from as I was reading. Like we had to read it out loud. And they would, read it from my paper and make corrections on it. We don't do that now. Obviously, we can only read out loud because of the library is not open for meetings. So I understand what they're saying because I can feel myself getting into the story. Especially that because it is my life. More so, maybe a little harder with my thriller because it's, a made-up story, but that is my memoir. That is my life. And I think I can get myself more into it. If I do it live, That may be a little harder because people would be popping in and making comments. But if I just read it and make it as a video, it would still be out loud. But if it was really bad, I could redo it and just do the videos and, edit them that way and put them up. But I think Abigail Ford was doing hers live stream, and somebody was reading while she was there. I thought I'd be too nervous for a lot of things. I never expected to be able to do this, and here I am doing it. So, I mean, it goes to show you don't know what you can do until you try it. And I wanted to do it, and I did it. But talking in front of people is hard for me. But I can convince myself that there's nobody here. So I'm not really talking in front of, even though I am talking in front of other people, I can convince my brain that there's not a group of people all around me looking at me, It's really weird. But I plan on doing that, and I plan on doing that with my mystery novel or whatever you want to call that. I'm not exactly sure what thriller means, what the difference between thriller and mystery is. It may not be a thriller. I'm not sure. I have to look that up. I was calling it a thriller, but it might just be a mystery novel. I'm not really sure. It's a genre I'm not really familiar with. So, ow, cramps. Doggone cramps. I hate when I make up in the middle of the night and I can't get out of the bed and my foot's all cramped up. Oh my God, the pain. All right, so we're going to do another script. I need to add the timer back to the stream. I need to hit the timer, reset it for 30, and we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, BA, good night. Heaven forbid you fall asleep again. Go to bed. Good night. Hi, Allie. What happened here? Oh my goodness. Jen says, sorry, the cat did that. Well, hi, Allie. Nice to see you. Naughty kitty is right. My goodness. He's taking up all my writing time, Jen says. I was looking at writing magazines on Amazon, and for the Kindle version, those suckers are expensive. So I found this mystery magazine for $1.99 a month. I get a 1 month free trial, so I'll get the free version and see, hopefully read it and see if it's worth keeping up at $1.99 a month. Because those other ones, I mean, if you figure it out, that's $2. That'd be about $24. They were running between like 35 to 40 some dollars. And I would gather that's probably a yearly fee. So I'm not really sure if you add it up. I mean, $1.99 a month doesn't sound bad until you start adding it up. 2 times 12 would be $24 for the month, for the year. All right. Now, we'll see. I'll see what because I'm writing mysteries, so maybe it'll give me some help. Allie says, when I was little, I had my cat step on the rest button for my Nintendo 64. I was in the middle of a timed quest. Oh boy. Yeah. My cat used to send emails out. We had one of those touch pads, and I always had the button lingering, just on the send. So all I had to do was tap it and it would go. Never thinking about the fact that the cat stepping on that pad would send off the email. Sometimes it went places I didn't want it to go, or I wasn't ready to send it and I wanted to rewrite it, and it went. So yeah, I know about that aggravation for sure. So I finished all my medications now. I did do that. 5 minutes left of the sprint. I did some more thinking about my story. Oh boy, you guys are crazy. Yeah. So I'm like, want to get back to writing. Like, I'm nervous though. Like I'm procrastinating. Definitely procrastinating. Been finding other things to do to put it off because I'm afraid, and I'm still getting my stuff from the beta readers, and I'm afraid. And I mean, for the most part, everybody likes my story. It's just got a few issues, but I'm afraid. Allie says, seriously, my cat emailed you. Jen says he sleeps on her laptop. I jumped on me again. When I was little, I had my cat step on the rest. Oh, okay, I read that part. Sometimes it jumps. I just tried to order a stencil from Happy Planner, and it's sold out. How dare they? They didn't want my $5.99 and whatever it would cost for shipping. I'm trying to tell me something, right? You don't need that. I'm a little out of control with all this planning stuff. And I have to set up my next plan. Plan with me. Have it all set up and ready to go. Maybe a little more color coordinated this time. Last time I kind of threw it together. But I have to hurry because tomorrow's Saturday and the week begins on Sunday for my planner. So don't have a lot of time. because I still got to edit it also. So, procrastination is a writer's job. I avoided my one scene for a year. I thought I was bad. I'm stressed about money, so I spent hours budgeting. Well, see, I have a little extra money now because Medicaid combined with my Medicare pretty much covers my benefits medically. So the money, the tons of money I used to put out on medical doesn't cost me anymore. So it's like money in my bank. I actually have money in my bank account, and it's like eating a hole in the butt in the bank account for sure. However, I do know, because I have less medical now, when I get my new rent coming up for April, it will be more, because my medical is what was keeping it lower, because they use that to, but balance out it's 30% of your income, gross adjusted income, and they use the medical to make the adjustments. I don't have that many anymore, so it's going to go up. Instead of down this year, it's going to go up. It's still probably not going to be that much up that it's going to be a real major difference, I don't think. But I may have to. I've been a little reckless lately. Plus, I still have some of the money left over from the stimulus. Mama writes, well, me and the cat just woke up from an unplanned nap. Well, I know you were quiet. I wondered what happened. That explains it. Oops, the timer's going to go off. Let me get over there and catch that sucker before it does. Make a lot of racket. Last time I was stuck in the chair trying to take my medicine in, and I couldn't get out of the chair, and the thing wouldn't stop buzzing, or whatever it is it does. Makes a lot of noise. At least on my end, I know it makes a lot of noise. I don't know what you guys hear. Okay. That wasn't too long. So Allie says, is that Allie or Al? I got my glasses on. I can actually see a little better. Now I realize it looks like Al, not Allie. I've been calling you Allie because I thought that's what it said. I think that's Al. I should be asleep right now. 5:37. I gather that means you're in the UK somewhere, if it's 5:37. Because it's 12:37 where I am on the east coast of the United States. Allie, Al, whatevs. No, I try to call people by what they want to be called by. We had a hard time earlier. We had a new person, and I was having a heck of a time with that name. And I don't like to call people their name wrong. I mean, I don't like to have my name called wrong. So I try my best to not say people's names wrong if I can help it. So all this time, I assumed, without having my glasses on, that said Allie. And I figured that fit fine for Alexis, so I thought it was Allie. It looked like A-L-I to me. My bad. But, as you said, what else, right? Not a big deal. There are some worse things in life than having your name pronounced wrong. Like not being able to buy the Happy Planner stencil. I mean, really now. You advertise it, you take me to the page, and then you tell me it's sold out. Really. Al is a joke Authortuber made because Alexis kept activating my Alexa. Oh, ow. I got it. My real name is hard. Yeah, my real name is hard too. That's why I changed it. My maiden name is not so difficult. My married name sucks. And nobody can spell it or pronounce it or anything, and I'm stuck with it. But as a pen name, I can have whatever I want. So, and Tessa, I used to get called Tessie as a kid. I just changed that to Tessa. Well, my name, Dean is my maiden name. Tessa is another nickname for Teresa. So I used to be called Terry. But when I came online 10 years ago, I switched to Tessa. I said, I can make my name anything I want. And then I was, saying, oh, I want to keep my own name. If I ever do publish, I want it in my own name. I thought, wait a minute, that's not your name. You're marrying me. Don't belong to you. You got stuck with it because you couldn't afford to change it. So, I never went back to my maiden name. If I did, then Dean would be my name anyhow. And Tessa's just another form of Teresa. So, and I like Tessa. I don't like Tessie. I hated that. My parents called me Tessie. I hated Tessie. But I like Tessa. I really like Tessa. And I'm so used to it now. I've been using not the last name. I mean, well, of course I grew up with it, so I'm used to it. But, I used Tessa for the last 10 years of my life online. So I'm definitely used to that part. And then, my maiden name. Well, I don't forget my maiden name. It's not something you forget usually. So that's how I came up with my pen name. I wanted something simple and easy. Well, it's very simple and easy. They can mess it up, though. They can make Dean D-E-E, and I have seen that on a few occasions. But most of the time, Dean is spelled D-E-A-N, like the dean of a college, kind of thing. Tessie, yeah, sounds like a dog. Yeah, when I was a little kid, my parents, see, there's a whole thing behind this. I was a mess. I still am a mess. So they called me Messy, Tessie, and then my middle name is Elizabeth. So it's Messy, Tessie, Bessie. That's what they called me. That was my nice parents, So that's how that came around. It's Messy, Tessie, Bessie. I don't like Bessie either. But I don't go by my middle name. But it works out, with Tessa works out great. And I like the sound of it. And it sounds more grown up, like you say. And it sounds like a person and not a dog. Tessie. Yeah, I really hated that. That was their way of getting back at me for being a slob. Alexis is middle name and Spriggs is me mom's maiden name. I would definitely not go with my mom's maiden name. No way. My maiden name, fine. That's my dad's name. But my mom's, no. I don't like her name. It's bad enough I have to use it whenever they said, what's your mom's maiden name? And I have to give them the name, it's like, and then when I got married and divorced, well, I was stuck with his name. I couldn't afford to pay to change it. And I had been that name for so much longer than my maiden name. I was married for 23 years, so it was, I had it a lot longer than my maiden name. And it's like, everybody knows me as my married name anyhow. So I just left it alone. And then now it's like, darn, wish I had it changed back before things became so difficult to change your name. Name changes and verifying for licenses and stuff is a pain in the butt nowadays. So I'll probably never change it back. because, you know, all my social security is in that name. If I get married again, I'd have to consider whether I would change my name to my new husband's name or keep my name, which is, of course, my old husband's name. But I'm not planning on getting married. I mean, who knows what the future holds, but I'm not planning. Alexis Briggs sounds pretty. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I like Alexis. I think it's really a nice thing. So, Jen, is that your real name or are you using a pen name? Boy, it's hot up here. I hate it. Okay. Yeah, I originally started my channel in my real name, and I had, I don't know how many people, subscribers, and I'm like, do I want to change it now? I've already started my channel. But then the longer I wait, the more people, if I decide to do it, wouldn't know who I am. So I went ahead and changed it before I got too far along in getting subscribers. You know, like I said, I wasn't going to get a pen name at first, but then I thought about it. I thought nobody can either spell it or pronounce it. And it's not my name. So I decided against it. I mean, using my real name, I decided to use my author name is Jennifer, of course. I use my full name now. That makes sense. Although Jen is different the way you have it spelled right now, it would stand out. I had another channel before this, I deleted it. Now, see, rather than delete my original account, I just deleted all the videos that were on it and changed the name. And now, of course, I hit my 100 people, so you can put Tessa Dean author in there instead of, you know, have that long stupid number, and it goes to mine. Who sounds like a movie star? I tested a lot of names out on Google before. This is your normal Google account. Well, mine was under my real name, and then I just changed it to the Tessa Dean. So now even even my Facebook, I said, should I change my Facebook? It's, you know, and I said, well, the people I went to school with would probably remember my maiden name, and the people around me would just eventually figure out who I was. I don't think anybody even knows. You got sick of your channel being here and your music on another, so I combined them. Eh, makes sense. FBS under my name. because I had a bunch, when I originally started my channel, I had a bunch of videos on my bipolar and stuff, and I figured having them on there and my writing combined seemed a little ridiculous, and they really didn't, they were from a different time period. So, I mean, basically, this channel is new, but it's not really new if you go looking. I've been around for a while. When I message people, they go, Alexis? Facebook. Yeah, Facebook. I switched it, and somebody said, well, your family will figure it out. They didn't care. They don't care anyhow. And I go, surprise! You can hide videos. There was no reason to keep them. It was just another time in my life, and that wasn't an important time in my life. So I just deleted them. But your name's a secret. A secret. A secret. They didn't realize just how many people had made up names on here. It never dawned on me. I mean, I was originally using my own name, and I said, well, I want to use my own name. I want people to know. I want people to know who I am. And then I thought, well, you don't really want to know that. Keep that name. It's such a stupid name. Sacco kept using it, and I'd go, hey, secret, as it's a joke. They don't really care. Oh. Well, Jocelyn comes in here. Jen Smith Jocelyn. And she always calls me Teresa. I'm like, they're probably trying to figure out who the heck is Teresa. All right. Good night. Ow. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Oh my gosh. Pray that damn money's in my account tomorrow. I may go on a rampage. Holy cow. Well, I hope the money's in your account. Whatever money that is. I know they keep promising us a stimulus, a second stimulus to complete the. You like Allie better. Okay, Allie. I like it better too. I like Allie better too. Al just sounds like a guy's name. Well, do you want to write again, Jen, or what? What's up with you? Just don't call my main character Allie. She'll fry you. Oh, nice. Nice main character. uh, her name's Alexandra. It's a nice thing, too. She prefers Alex. I was just thinking to myself, I wouldn't want to be called Alex, and then you say she prefers Alex. Jen says, yeah, why not? I think I need some caffeine soon. Okie dokie. All right, Allie. So we'll see you another time. You can do whatever it is you have to do now. And we'll chat soon. Good night. All right, Jen, let me set the timer. Oh, that won't do it. Where's the timer? That's the timer. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There we are. Okay. Wow. I was in the middle of a story. Another short story. At the story, the last word of the story, and the timer went off. Oh boy. I did a little bit of planning for my planning session. Now I have to take the time and do the video. Of course, that's a one-time thing. You know, if you screw it up, you can't undo it. So once it's done, it's done. All I can do is, you know, select the pages. I want to take stickers off. Have my little sticky notes with the appointments that need to go on for that week. And then I have to set everything up and just do it. And try to do it as neat as I can. I'm not the neatest person in the world. Okay, so what you guys get done? Anybody here? Or am I alone? Ah, there's Jen. Jen got 709 words. Not bad. I got 100 words. Exactly. Because I was writing flash fiction. Exactly 100 words. So I had to put it in Word to do it so I could count the words. It has to be exactly 100 words. So I got exactly 100 words. The other sprints, I was writing, scribbling tons of notes and writing, you know, typing in stories, just typing them in, like not writing anything down. And those I don't count because I'd have to count them all by hand, and it's too much of a problem. And I hate writing them in Word and transferring over to where I'm going. It's the only way I'd be able to count the words of the story that I actually wrote. So that's why I haven't really been doing too much tracking. I printed out those trackers yesterday. I haven't done anything with them. I think for it, apart from a possible alert for... Well, I couldn't tell. Oh, now it says 3. Because I thought Tamama was still here. I couldn't tell if that was goodnight to us or goodnight to Allie. But now it says 3 people are here. And Tamama's not answering. She probably went back to sleep with the cat. Yeah, nobody's saying anything. Oh, there she is. She just finished reading chapter 3. Cool. Way to go. My fan is blowing all my paperwork around. Yeah, I was just wondering if you were still here. But somebody else is obviously, because it says 3, so somebody's lurking. And people, they check in and then they just let it run. I mean, I've done that myself many a time. Just kind of put it on and let it run in the background. Like today when I was working, cleaning off my table and trying to sort out all this stuff, change the the disc on the 2 planners. I had planner videos running in the background. I wasn't doing much watching. I was listening. Oh, my stream is really far behind. It was weird when I ordered that magazine for the Kindle. It was a Kindle magazine. I had to put it on my cell phone or my Kindle. It wouldn't let me put it in the cloud. Because I usually just choose cloud. That way I can read it on my computer. Nice big letters and, reading on my phone's a pain in the butt. Reading on my Kindle's even more of a pain in the butt. So I chose my iPhone. Now hopefully it's on there. I kicked it up to 2 times speed and I'm catching up. Interesting. I've got all these notes from when I originally wrote my book and all their old names before I changed them all. It may be using some of those names on this book. I got a ton of people to name. The name game. I wonder who the lurker is. That's the one thing most of the time we never find out, because unless they say something, there's no way of knowing. Because they don't tell us who's here. Yes, I have to protect the privacy of the people. If they don't want to say something, they don't have to. And they don't tell us, so. So sometimes I wish they really would tell us so I knew who was here. But then again, it doesn't mean they're here. That means it's running. It doesn't mean they're sitting in front of the computer either. You can just turn it on and, get up and leave. And it would say you were there and I came back in real time. Oh my goodness. That's funny. I had a photo prompt this time. Jen says I do it in some streams just to sprint, particularly if it's a large chat room. Yeah. That's what I mean. We've all done it. We don't always. There's a lot of you go on for the sprinting, but you don't want to actually, join the chat. Where the chat is one that's just, flowing on its own and nobody's doing anything. There's just stuff going on. Simone writes, also could be like me sitting at the computer with the stream running on the screen, but I'm passed out. Yeah, that happens too. uh, yeah, I mean, that's something, we'll never know some days. Sometimes I can count the people and say, okay, well, it matches the number on the screen. And other days I've got extra people, but I've only got a couple people responding. It's like, I wonder who they are. I watched a little bit of Natalia Lee's move into the van. They're going to live in that van. I talk about small houses. That's like a third of a small house or smaller. Just a small van. I mean, how do you have any, like, you'd have to go in somewhere to use restroom and showers and stuff. You can't possibly have that in a van. It's not even a mobile home, it's a little van. I have definitely wandered off with my screen on too. Yeah, I think everybody has. How is that going? Look, they're moving to the van? I haven't looked recently. I haven't seen how it went after they actually moved into the van. They were in the process of trying it out. They had to pack everything up and put it in a storage space, get rid of a lot of stuff. Because they didn't like where they were living, wasn't working out. They couldn't find a spot for them and her mother, I think it was her mother, to move in where they would have privacy, and the animals didn't get along. So there were two animals they had to deal with too, and they just couldn't find a place. So they decided to leave the mother, and she lived in a nice place anyhow, just leave her there and live in her van. I'm like, man, they're driving around. They said they're going to just move around, not planning on parking it somewhere, just driving it around. Drive it, probably, drive into campsites every now and then. But I don't see, because she talks about having to take a long cord and plug it in for electricity. And I can't imagine there's bathroom facilities in that little van. So they have to go somewhere every now and then to use facilities. I'm not really exactly sure how that works. She's supposed to keep everybody updated. Um, he was working on something and freelancing, but he might be completely freelancing now. I know, I know. She said they both can work from the van, and they got they used their hotspot for the internet on the phone, and then they got some kind of broadcast thing that makes the frequency or whatever stronger. And it's supposed to be able to run their computers because they're both using their computers. I mean, it's got a bed in it, and it can't have too much more space than that. It's not a huge fan. So I don't know. I personally, I like little houses or motorhomes type situations, but this is much more. I mean, it's so compact. And they have a cat. So it's like, not a lot of room. She's supposedly going to do videos to keep everybody updated with how it goes. Good night to Mama. I remember when I used to spend hours watching everybody's videos, and now every now and then I catch somebody's, and I don't get a chance to really watch them like I used to. I don't have the time. I'm subscribed to so many people. It's just impossible to watch them all. I used to be able to keep up with it. Can't do it now. So if something catches my interest, I'll watch it. That sounds fun in another life, but not this one. Uh, I don't know. I don't think I could have done that at any time. I mean, we went camping. We had a travel trailer. That was big enough to live in. I could have lived in that. No problem. But a small van without full, facilities available. Because when we traveled with the travel trailer, I told them, when you get a campsite, make sure it has full hookup. Because I don't want to go traipse through the woods in the night to the bathroom and the facilities and get a shower and stuff. I want to be able to use the one that's in the unit. So you make sure you get us a full hookup, including, sewage disposal, the whole hookup, everything. I mean, we had a little carry-along thing that you could take for like if you were going on, little trips, and during the day you use the bathroom, and you used a little bit of water from the sink would be considered what, gray water? I think you could drop that on the ground, but anything in the sewage had to go into that container, and then you had to take the container and empty it. And I said, no, I want full hookup. And I want electricity. I want air conditioning, the whole deal. I'm not a camper. That was my way of compromising for us to go to a campground. I did not like it. The first time we went camping in a pup tent. Oh my God. That was awful. Hard ground, little teeny tiny camp tent that you can barely move in. We were on a motorcycle, so there was not, Then we bought a trailer to put on the motorcycle so we could carry a larger tent. So it wasn't at least a pup tent anymore. And, but still laying on the ground. I'm just not a camper, not an outdoor person. I have to get an x-ray done on my hip because it's been bothering me. I told the pain doctor today. So there's no sense in me putting this continuous glucose monitor on because you can't wear it in an x-ray. And they're good for 14 days. So if I put it on now and I go for an x-ray in less than a week, it's just a waste of a whole sensor. There's no sense putting it on now. Besides, I'm not going to go stand outside the doctor's office in the cold while somebody shows me how to do it. They won't let me in the office. Oh, we'll come out to the car and show you how to do it. That means taking my coat off because you need my bare arm for me to put it on. And it's supposed to be bad weather. Anyhow, so I don't know. And I get x-rays at least once a month because every time they do those injections, they give me x-rays. So if they're not timed right, I'm going to be wasting those stupid things right and left. I have to ask them does it, as long as it's not in the direct path of the x-ray, can it be on, or does it have to come off if you enter the room where the x-ray is. Well, if they're doing my back, no, I put my hands up. Still might be in the x-ray field though. So I don't know. I don't know about this. It's expensive as all get out, and hopefully I don't have to pay anything for it. But, you know, they want me to have this darn continuous glucose monitor. And I do things that, like I said, I have x-rays constantly. I'm be throwing those things out right and left. They're expensive. So where are you at? Are you done for the night? Or you want to do a little bit more? What's your wish? God, it's hot. It's supposed to rain tonight. Huh. Snow tomorrow morning. Lovely. Oh, all day. All day. All night. Oh, goody. Good thing I'm not going anywhere tomorrow. Yep, snow. I'm not going to the doctor, obviously, on Monday and Tuesday because they got rain and it's not that warm both days. Friday, the other day, is rain, and the day before is a snowstorm. So I don't think this thing is going on for a while. Winter weather advisory. Wonderful. Just start in the morning. At the time I'm getting up, it's just a start. Five my time tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, I'm finding it harder to stay awake myself. Tomorrow's going to be a lousy day, though. Sucky, sucky. I have to go out next week, Friday. Friday, I get my hair done and have to go the drug test. I don't go out the rest of the week. I don't think. It's not on my calendar. Only 27 degrees here. Lovely. So I take that as a no. It's 2 o'clock here. I have to get up at 10, so I have 8 hours. I didn't take my medicine though. Should have taken it earlier. Then I would have been falling asleep on. So, yes or no? I'm not sure. Doesn't qualify. Doesn't help me. Yes or no? But yeah, my time's more 5 o'clock, which would be in the afternoon for you. I don't have an aide coming in tomorrow, so I can stream earlier. I was going to stream at 5, and if I kept the other aide, but it's my aide came back. She's pregnant though, so she's always sick. Oh, I'm so sick. I'm so sick. That's all I hear all the time. Okie dokie. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow then. I got to get this cord hung up tomorrow. Neighbor said he'll do it at 11, so get this off the floor before I fall over it again. So I'll see you maybe tomorrow. So I'll say good night now. Good night, Chen. Nighty night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I remember that saying from my childhood. And now I have to deal with the possibility here of bed bugs. Somebody's always got them. Lovely. All right. Good night, Jen.